All right. Hello, I'm back. It's been a long time. And the showcase is beginning. So I'm already qualified for this event. The event that this feeds into. Trunk sticks the follow dude. Looks like we got Dredge round 1. Draw, not ideal, but that's alright. These are all decent cards in the matchup. I don't know how aggressively I want to mulligan. I can get Sling Gang down. Be really good. Got these for bridges. Turn Vial. Draw will be good. So yeah, I haven't streamed in like 6 weeks. Thought I would back to it. I've been working on dissertation, just kind of busy mentally to do, a little too busy to do magic. All right, Dredgers. Oh, that's annoying. All right. Bye, Vial. Cephal's also kind of scary. They have another land they can activate it next turn. Goblins for Dredge, yep. Premium Legacy. I did bring the ley lines for this event. Or didn't take the vial, interesting. Okay. Fetch. A marginal thinning. Okay, that's brick. Good. Oakak's a scary card. There's 2 bridges. I did not put the deck list on thing, so. So this version of Dredge Blast might be okay. They're playing Breakthrough, Careful Study. For a world where I want Magus. Got a Sharpshooter list today because I expected a lot of elves. I want Fury. I'll board it in. Few blasts. I think I want more than 2. One ringleader over 1 Trashmaster. Not totally convinced I want these blasts. Double check their list. We break through for Careful Study or the Worldly Gaze. Chain of Vapor. I think Chain of Vapor could be good. And the Leyline. I mean, Leyline could be good. I mean, Magus. Cutting myself off black could be bad. Cuts them off of Wismare. Prospector's really good. Don't think the rest of the hand is good. Oh. This hand, what land would be really good? No ley line. So like bottom matron, bottom port, lackey into expert. Really not what I'm looking for. So I could get Skirk here. I do have expert for bridge. Just expert targeting itself. Then I can't kill a blocker. Archimeba. Just make the most proactive play. The problem with getting Mux is like you could get, it might be better to get Sling Gang because Sling Gang's almost as good. And it's actually hard castable. Okay. And no Dredgers. Therapy self. Okay. Keeping port would have been really good. They brought in Force of Will. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so 2 Narcomoebas. Lucky Plan doesn't work. Really unfortunate that it's 2 Narcomoebas. So if we, maybe if I kept the port instead of the black sword, instead of the mountain, we would actually win. I guess they could just therapy me, and then the dredger is stuck in their hand. Be dead here. Really surprised they ported in surgical. Leyline just would have blindsided him totally. Could have mulliganed 4. Wait, in answer to the Hogak, there's a chance we could deck them. But I didn't register Caracas. So I guess, if we draw surgical next turn, surgical or Curse, we can win. Oh wait, no, they can Hogak this turn, right? Duh. Okay, that probably kills all my outs. Get 2 more zombies. Dead. I think Goblins is a pretty good Dredge matchup, but there's that's unfortunate. I think if the 6 had 1 land as a snap keep and it would have won. And our 7 Skirk Pyroblast, bunch of mana denial. That could have won too, actually. So maybe I mulliganed too much. It's like the 5 was actually the worst hand of the 3 hands. I don't have very much experience against this version of Dredge. I don't have any experience versus this version of Dredge, actually. I've only played against it once. Or 0 times, I think. Yeah, sideboarding was fine. Yeah, it doesn't matter. And now this is the problem with these long ass. It's 281 players. All right, well, now we sit here. Bellyanek thinks of the 100 bits. Yep. I mean, I'm mostly concerned with just trying to play well today. Just chilling. This event is literally free to enter. So I've got a million QPs. And trying to qualify for the showcase for the max qualifier, so it's just like playing to play. 181 people is kind of crazy though. It's 9 rounds. Right? Yeah. Usually the round 2 loss is the blessed loss. Kind of thought about adding. I saw a bunch of people playing graveyard decks. And it's like, maybe I should just cut this fifth blast for a 3rd ley line. People just love busting out the graveyard decks. We got in the sharpshooter. Sharpshooter's so good against Dredge. It's kind of sad. Didn't get to use it. I don't know. So the 7 Skirk. The thing is, I have to go like Cavern Skirk and then decide whether I'm not gonna blast that Careful Study, which would lose me my sacrifice outlet and my pressure. Skirk is really there to pop Bridge from below. But if I didn't use the blast on the Careful Study, then the blast like probably won't ever do anything. So that would feel kind of bad. I don't know. So I gotta decide what I'm gonna do in between these long rounds. honestly, I might just do dissertation work, which I know is not entertaining, but I don't know what else to do. Teamly comes to week. Legacy Knights does law school homework between rounds. Jeez. Stream can't hear that, right? No. I don't want to deal with DMCA shit, you know? Yeah, we're an ebook central now. That's right. I'm doing dissertation work between rounds. Yeah, educating the stream. Yeah. Keep punching my microphone. Read us your best James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones is tricky. James Earl Jones would just be like, Julian's attempt to restore paganism has been shown to reveal substantial political and historical inconsistency. Already at the end of the 1980s, the reaction, I have no idea how to say that word, appeared to be nothing more than a cultural dispute. The paganism of the aristocracy was read as generic traditionalism, useful at best when reinforcing the identity of a specific class. Got your bubble tea? I 100 bits. Appreciate it. James Earl Jones is worth 100 bits. Nice. Huh? No? Huh? I have music. I don't want to get DMCA'd, so I'm not playing music on the stream. I keep turning it on and off because I only can sometimes focus. Like, I don't like to play listening to music because I get distracted. People usually want consistency, so. Okay, so here's the part of all academic work is you read it's like, is this relevant to what I'm doing at all? Not necessarily right now. Okay, I do not think I need this article. I must consult my enormous pile of books. My desk is just like a total mess right now just because it's all library books. We've got Late Roman Army. It might be. Okay. Yep, history of goblins. Ancient goblins. How you doing, Colin? Are you in this event? Got him just in time. You win? Are you winning, son? Oh, you. So I saw you reanimated Jarvis like a baddie. What an asshole. Who would do that to Jarvis? Try to turn one the poor guy. Oh, it's Sylvia versus Canister. Jeez. Deserves it for playing Delver. I don't think anyone deserves to be reanimated, to be honest. Just really unconscionable. All right, it's alphabetical. Cloud good. Right. Maybe Spano. Yeah, I also played against Dredge. It was sad. My 6 would have been really good if I had one. It was like Lackey, Muxus, Sharpshooter, Surgical, but no land. And the 5 was like pretty mediocre. I mean, it, like Lackey into Matron Expert, which is like okay. But it's hard to connect Lackey twice and not get, and I got Thoughtseized or whatever. Briefed. Well therapied. So if on the first turn, if it was like a good, it was a, instead of a tutor, it was like an actual good thing, it would have been good enough. Already matches. Huh? Why? Well, it's easier to de-stress about the tournament when I'm doing this, and it's like a totally different thing. Totally different mindset. And plus, I'm doing something I need to do. It's just an efficient use of time instead of just sitting around for, you know, It's got 28 matches go, 27 matches going. Very taxi. Yes. Love you. All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom before next round happens. But been so far, we lost round 1 to Dredge, and that is all that has happened. I guess I'll keep the deck list up. People probably want to see that. Hey there, Dougal. Cool to be back. Adjust my microphone real quick. All right. That work? Cool. 2 months. Holy shit, 23 months. Thanks, Infinity. Thanks, Diggs. Nice to see you. You're playing this event, right? It's like 1 a.m. and you're playing it like a mad lad. It's your first showcase. All right. Stay chill. Alpha Frog versus into play round 1. Jeez. What's funny is like you see, oh my god, let him teach you. You see like so many like absolute killers queue into each other in the first round. It's just like Jesus Christ. Rusherbot versus Kihara. Closers back. Pexty. Maxi. Say. Is the challenge running? Is that like a thing that's actually happening? Oh my god, it is. And it hit the minimum? How many people are double queuing? Sneaky Pete is. Hamburglar. Or no, that's a different person. Tutors is. Jack is. God, why would you double queue? That's so painful. Mind Goblin. That's crazy. Double queuing arena. Wait, you had a Dredge. Why are there so many people playing Dredge? What's up with that? With Flame Zealot. Bro. I kind of thought there would be some out of graveyard shit, and that's why I did swap. I had 2 surgicals, 1 hearse, and that was it. And I was like, I'm gonna play ley lines, and I dropped Mind Break Trap and Chalice to play more graveyard hate. And I guess I technically got what I expected, and then died anyway because I didn't see it. Hey, John. Based on the way my opponent sideboarded, they did not expect the ley lines because they sideboarded in Force of Will, and you generally don't do that against ley line decks. That's more for, you're expecting to Force of Will Surgical, I guess, or Hearse, or other permanent-based hate that gets cast. Alienac, thanks for gift subbing. Do any old goblins care about snow basics? Does Goblin Snowman care about it? Does not. Maybe there's something in like Cold Snap that does. Oh god. So this preventable damage would deal to snow creatures. And then this gets haste if you pay with a snow source. So I guess Goblin Rhyme Runner is the answer to your question. Rhyme Runners set off avalanches to immobilize foes as well as to create more challenging slopes. This is one of the more radical goblins. Oh, that's Christopher Rush art too. That's sick. Just fucking snowboarding goblin. That's pretty awesome. We need Astrolabe back, yes, to let Goblin Rhyme Runner take over the format. As is its right. Full Fables and they're cheap. How much are they now? Dare I ask? I bought 3. Got Dredge, Jack. Registered ley lines, didn't see him. or any of our Giga hate, so. There were some decisions. I could have kept my 7, maybe gotten there, but it was a very, very questionable 7 when you have ley lines in your deck. $20 for the Showcase foil? Okay. You got the regular foil. My desk is just all this. I don't really know what's on it. I don't like spending money on cards you don't play? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I got... Can't really tell it's foil. Yeah, I've had 3 people tell me they've run into Dredge. Just like crazy. Like I know like Dredge is kind of that one player, the guy I played against, Martin, kind of reinvented the deck. And it's better now, I guess. It's less all in. It's like a turn slower because there's no LEDs. Which theoretically should make it better for me, but sample size of 1. How's Scotland? Scotland's good. Nice out today. It is very... It's taking a long time to get used to the idea of like I wear like long sleeves, or like I wear like a shirt and like a jacket walking out into town earlier today. It's like July 31st. It's like, oh, it's 66 degrees. What the fuck is up with that? I'm expecting it to like, you know, mid-July is like, end of July in Jersey is like 90 something all the time, humid. No, it never got really hot here. It got like to 80 like a little bit. And that, to me, that's just like, you know. Any breweries in my area? It's more just, well, There's like a couple pubs that do like craft beer stuff. I'm not really into beer. More, if I'm like looking for a lighter drink, more cider, and then whiskey for heavier stuff. But there's like a lot of good pubs nearby, yeah. And then there's a place within walking distance. It's like a bit of a long walk, but it's, you know, pretty walkable. Is a place called the Clydeside Distillery, which does, it's like a relatively newer distillery that does their own stuff. And they also do like I did this really, it was really fun. They did it's like a distillery walkthrough that ends with like a chocolate and whiskey pairing. So it's like 5 whiskeys and 5 chocolate truffles that are meant to go with the whiskey. And it's really good. It was really, really, really cool. I did that with my family when they were here. Oh, 2 matches. So I think I'm just gonna keep playing sort of no matter what. Unless things are going really, really badly. Because the whole point is to make content, basically. Have fun. I did regret, or I didn't regret it, but I was like, should I register 5 blasts or should I register 4 blasts on my break trap just because people are going to try to turn 1 me, maybe? Low points to Smork, yes. I mean, it'd be cool to top 8 again, but that's gotta be pretty lucky. Top 8 back-to-back showcases that you play in. Good luck to you as well. 2 minutes. Oh, nice. I didn't buy any Furies. I still have 0 Furies IRL, and probably gonna stay that way for quite a while. Winsloss lost the Soul Strong. Keep, yeah. Just no, no thoughts, just keep. Yeah, is Fury apologizing for Force of Rage? Force of Rage is really bad. Like, compared to all the other crazy shit in Modern Horizons 1, Force of Rage is just like so bad. Fable's played in eternal formats for sure. Like, I mean, it's gonna be a 4-of and Moon Stompy for like forever now, and then it's also good in goblins. I will probably. It's gonna be very hard to justify cutting to 1, and I often want to go to 2. It's gonna be good. I don't know if it's really got a shell in modern. I don't really know much about modern though, so. Who do we got? Sinister. Play, that's cool. Alright. The thing that basically everybody does if you're not familiar with Moto. Look up. Hunts played Vintage. Doomsday PO. That's not helpful. My opponent's playing an unfair deck. This hand is quite bad, but I don't think I'm supposed to mulligan it in the dark because they could just be playing Delver, because people who don't play Legacy often play Delver. It's like a default. Hopefully we don't die in turn 1. Okay, Island's a good sign. Port would be good. Matron's very good. Hold my Cavern. It's like no world where you force a Volscir Prospector when there's a Vial on 1 already. It's just like not a thing. Show and Tell, that kind of brainstorms little combo-y. Or their hand is bad. So this could be blue control or show and tell. We'll probably get to identify it based on the next land drop. Shuffle Island. Man, that's not helpful at all. High Tide. This land. Okay. So, ponder no shuffle. End of turn brainstorm, ponder no shuffle. Island go. It's a weird sequence. It really feels like show and tell to me. I kind of just want to get Muxus. And if it's not, I can hardcast the Muxus even if Prospector gets removed, because I could Vial in the Jump Palm, and I actually don't even need to just get Muxus. If it's a deck with like Dress Down, I'll be very sad, but Island is probably not that. Okay. If this is another island, it's straight up high tide. Oh, show and tell. I don't think they're going to Cunning Wish for a Stifle. I do want to Wasteland them. I've got 2 Haste Lords, 3 Ringleaders, and Matron Confined Haste Lords. I think I'd do this pre-combat. That sucks. Then get War Chief attack for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 2 turn clock. Yeah, 11 damage is good. Also, it makes Grizzlebrand a lot worse. Expect a Cunning Wish or an Intuition here. Okay. It's like Omni-Tell. Eight cards. Cool. All right, getting game 1's pretty big, and we've got 5 Red Elemental Blasts. Surgical should be good. Agent probably doesn't do anything. I'll probably board in the Edict. Opponent cantrips seems kind of inefficiently. Anything else? Could shave up a vial to keep creature count higher, but we're on the draw. I think we want to be able to just hold up Red Blast more easily. Mulligans to 5. I will also mulligan to 5. Holy shit, deck. Come on. Alright, we're both going to 4. Amazing. Alright, we got a red blast and a vial. This hand's actually pretty good as a 4. Alright. Deck not super cooperating. Oh, that's a good draw. Go Soul Land, Show and Tell. So up to 4 cards. Soul Land, Show and Tell, Omniscience, Hunting Wish. They could turn to me. Oh, because shuts down shared summons. That's actually a good point for. I think I can play this file here and not die. Yeah, shared summons would be a good reason. Okay. Did have the Soul Land. Double Mountain's a little sad here. At this point, I might not blast Show and Tell itself. I might put Muxus in first. See how greedy I have to get. Oh. Impulse and Sneak and Show though, Jax? Let's fetch here. Bottom some decent goblins. Port is good. I'm gonna port the island here. So they can't ponder to fix their. Sure. I have Surgical in my deck, so if I draw Surgical, I just get to have a huge blowout. Keep ticking up Vial. I guess countering this would make them draw the cards they brainstormed away. So maybe I'm supposed to blast that, but. Surgical. Oh, double port. Don't mind if I do. Settle. Do I blast this? They've got 1 Show and Tell left in their deck. And we win in 2 turns, basically. Still got an edict for a big guy. Like off a sneak attack. Okay, fetch to thin first. All right, well. It's a lot of damage. Maybe Kozilek's return? Would kind of suck, but then we still keep some stuff. Goodbye, pile drivers. K return's like pretty common right now. It's actually like probably the most play K return has ever seen right now. Because it's pretty common in Jeskai decks, it's pretty common in Show and Tell decks, and I guess it's the Jeskai thing. So we bottomed Red Blast and a Wasteland. Do Brainstorm. Still have Edict. Covers other bases pretty nicely. They can't draw with Grizzlebrand. Shuffle. Draw a Matron. They just die, I think. Okay, they just die. Sure. Hey, we drew a Matron. Cool. Opponent did have enough. All right, 1-1. I'll take it. Newton's 2-0. Nice. Newton's due to win one of these. See, I gotta kill a bead. Sylvia beat Canister round 1, it seems. Next up a game. No, Mind Goblin. You're so young. JTL versus Canister. Oh boy. This Canister's still on Reanimator. That's gotta be kind of a bad matchup for Canister. Deal a lot of anti-Reanimator cards. Someone else up a game. Nice, nice. Twin sauce versus monkeys. Jeez. Marcus for Storm Guys Me. Those are like some classic Moto names. I should have mentioned it earlier, but I did do a Cyborg Guide update recently for Patreon. It's like this list, yeah. It's a little bit more of a well-rounded list. And I was seeing a lot more 8-cast when I did it, so that's why I got the 2 chalices. And the elves hadn't made its big comeback yet. There was a lot more control, so those are the kind of the thoughts of that. But if this list interests you, and also, you know, it'll have a lot of generally applicable information, so you can exclamation point Patreon, check that out. Wanna 78 matches to go. Well, I guess back to dissertation work is like the thing. Maybe somebody else is playing and they're streaming the showcase. Tutors is playing. Norm. Oh, he's dead. Oh, jeez. Canonist. 1. Not looking good. Oh, that's right, he's double queuing. Hey, Mario. Dissertation time, cat jam. Dissertation is about the lives of Roman soldiers in the 4th century-ish AD. So I've broken it down by processes of recruitment, whether you're a volunteer or a conscript. This chapter's not totally done yet, but it's mostly done. And like what their lives were like. And the next chapters are going to be like soldiers peacetime at camp, the fort, and then more political stuff of how they behave, how they show agency in the kind of uneven political life of the late empire, and a bit into their mentality, what they perceive as important, how do they live their lives. Roman soldiers. So, really cool source that my advisor told me about. Got these. Got my all my books bookmarked with sloths. Visit the Falkirk Wheel, part of the Antonine Walls there. There's an Antonine Wall exhibit. I've been to the Antonine Wall. There's an Antonine Wall exhibit at the University of Glasgow's like main museum. Because a couple of the professors in the classics and archaeology departments have worked and digs there and stuff. I went there as an undergrad. I haven't been there since grad school, but also I haven't been there in 5 years, but been to one of the forts. What's left of it. Yeah, this is a pretty like obscure thing called the Abenaeus Archive. Papers of a Roman Officer and the Reign of Constantius II, and it's like there's a collection of papyrus so it's based in Egypt, a Roman fort in Egypt, and it's pretty cool that it's a collection of papyrus that was found, and it's all like the letters that were written to him. And you get a real sense of like the mundanity of it, and their function in kind of daily society. Like they're not just soldiers. There's a lot of asking for judicial intervention for like and one was pretty interesting. There is like a veteran's house got robbed, and then he asks Abenaeus, who's the commander of the fort, to force police authorities in nearby city to produce the criminals. And there's like a daughter of a veteran who gets attacked basically, and she's like, I'm on the brink of death. You need to do something about this. And so like the Abenaeus has like a lot of responsibility to the people around him, which is interesting. But there's also just stuff like, you know, writing to like, hey, come over to my house for a party, you know, bring your wife, kind of thing. Would I say the Roman legionary was 60% soldier, 40% construction worker? That is definitely a significant part of their lives, though it depends on when you're talking about. Thanks, Aramath. I'm glad you think so. They certainly did have a lot of construction duties, but it depends on when things kind of specialize towards the end. You get less generalist. So if you read this is a cool book called Greek and Roman Artillery, that talks about how a little bit. So some of it's just like straight up diagrams of like how to build artillery and like the actual engineering of it, based on ancient treatises that we have. Stuff like this. But that's not so much what I'm interested in. Though I do think it's cool. It's more like, how do those people get those skills? And there's a section where it talks about once the soldiers were recruited, like certain numbers of them were pulled to, well, in earlier times, it's like every legion had a certain number of ballista that came with the legion that they were all supposed to know how to use. And they're like regularly equipped with all these tools. Yeah, so there'd be specialization within the Legion itself. So like, although all of its members were trained as heavy infantry, the Imperial Legion may also be regarded as a group of unskilled laborers, semi-skilled laborers, and expert technicians. So there'd be a pretty wide range of skill levels throughout, depending on, you know, how specifically trained you were. But later on, it seems that there were artillery like contingents specifically, and they weren't mixed with the rest of the group. And that's the period I'm mostly looking at. So like, let's see if I can find it. There's a there's a reference. So the most our best source of the period I'm looking at is a guy called Ammianus Marcellinus, Ammianus Marcellinus, and he was a soldier and writes about some events that he participated in, and one of them was the siege of Amydia, and he was on the defending side of the siege. They were being sieged by the Persians, and he complains at one point about how like these members of the legion that were in the city were like really bad at using the artillery. Like they just weren't trained for it. So that kind of shows that they it wasn't universalized at that point. Yeah, in connection with the siege of Amydia in 359, Ammianus makes some frank remarks about two magnificent legions recently brought to the east from Gaul, were supposed to be assisting with the besieged. They're completely useless in siege warfare in general. In particular, no help whatsoever in dealing with defensive machinery and defensive works. That has the quote from Ammianus. So the specialized legions were called the Ballistari, raised from men who did understand machinery and capable of operating and maintaining pieces of artillery. Yeah. Really, like, and my whole thought with my thesis is the idea that so much of history is like very top down, especially Roman history, and it's a bit like this by the nature of the sources of, you know, we know about specific individuals who have biographies. We are 1-1, God War Chief. We lost to Dredge, and then we beat Omni-Sneak. You know, just so much like we know a lot of the details of Julius Caesar and like the emperors for the most part. And very specific individuals that we get narrative histories about as like the protagonists of the story, right? But I think in the late Empire, it's interesting because we get more instances of the soldiers acting on their own, not necessarily in mutiny, but there were lots of usurper forces, and there were emperors that were declared emperor by their soldiers. So Constantine's a good example of this, where they're kind of choosing one of their own in a moment of kind of confusion. And it's like, okay, we're declaring Constantine Augustus. And so that sense of like, you know, you have to have a certain mindset to be like, okay, we're armed, we're a trained force of many thousands. We kind of, by nature of having force, can assert the authority to declare this person emperor. And you don't get that many instances of a group of people together making kind of impactful choices like that you see in history, because it's usually directed by an individual in historical narratives. It's usually like so-and-so led his men to do this. It's not the men did this. So instances of soldiers acting out on their own is something I'm really interested in. Particularly because in the late Empire, there's such a diverse force because it covers such a wide area, and you're having conscripts from many, many, many different communities being spread all over the place or operating in their own ethnic groups with their own ethnic leaders mixed into the Roman command structure. And then you also have normal traditional volunteers, that those were rarer. And something I've read a lot about is like during this period, the status of soldiers goes down, the popularity of it goes down, and so there starts to be a form of conscription by taxation, where landowners had to provide recruits or pay a fine equivalent to recruit, which is pretty unpopular, right? It's like, you know, if you own a group, if you own some land and people working on the land, you got to like pick one that fits Roman army, you know, regulations. Be like, okay, you're in the army now, and now you don't have a guy working on your farm or whatever. That guy doesn't want to do it probably either. And so we have cases. There's laws written about men cutting off their thumbs to basically draft dodge. And like this is thing that there's records of that going all the way back to Augustus, like 300 years ago, before this, 340 years before this. But it seems like it gets codified because it was like enough of a problem where people were like, here, I actually have the quote from Ammianus. So he's talking about Gauls here. All ages are most fit for military service, and the old man marches out in the campaign with a courage equal to that of a man in the prime of his life, since his limbs are toughened by cold and constant toil, and he will make light of many formidable dangers, nor does any one of them, for dread of the service of Mars, cut off his thumb, as in Italy. So there's a sense that certain ethnicities are more fit for war. The Romans very much believe that. Yeah, okay, yeah, a little bit of an academic understatement. But there was also this I find kind of funny is that there was a group of men that would sign up for a legion, get an enlistment bonus, desert, flee to another province, and then enlist somewhere else to get like it's basically the equivalent of signing up with different emails to get sign-on things. Like it's the ancient version of that. And it became like enough of a thing that there started to be laws against veterans re-enlisting. It's like once you're in, you're not allowed to go back in. It's just like very like obviously how could people know? It's like, you know, a new province, how the fuck are they gonna know so and so was already in the Legion? I got more interested in Roman history after listening to Dan Carlin's podcast on the Punic Wars and the ones on the conflict of Celtic people. Yeah, I wrote a bunch in undergrad about kind of the, well, not Punic Wars. I mean, I read a lot of the Punic Wars, and this last semester actually read a ton about the Punic Wars because we read all of Polybius, who is our main source for the Punic Wars, and it's actually quite interesting. Deck list is not updated here. I'll just put it on the screen. Punic Wars, our main source for them comes from Livy and Polybius. Polybius is generally regarded as more reliable, and Livy was a bit more engaged in myth making. But Polybius is interesting because he's a Greek writing to Greeks about Rome. He's the son of the leader. So this is in like the 250s BC, I think, maybe a little later. Rome is in the process of conquering Greece, and there's a group called the Achaean League, which is a bunch of city-states that have banded together, and they're waging a war against Rome, and they get defeated. And Polybius' father is the leader of the Achaean League, and Polybius himself is a cavalry commander in the Achaean League. And after they get defeated, there's a treaty signed, and Polybius gets sent over to Rome with a bunch of other Greek noblemen, basically leaders' sons, to get held as political hostages, where it's like, okay, if you guys wage war against us again, we'll execute all the hostages. But they're also like, they're not like held in chains. Polybius, Polybius. Yeah. So he was put with another Roman aristocratic family and like tutored their children and stuff like that. So there's Scipio Africanus, who defeated Hannibal. His adopted grandson, who's actually his nephew, Roman families are weird, Scipio Africanus the Younger, becomes really good friends with Polybius. And one of the last books of Polybius, it becomes fragmentary towards the end. It's really long. If we have the whole thing, it's like we only have half of, I think it's supposed to be 52 books, and I think we have like 31, and they started to get fragmentary after like book 12. And but like one of the excerpts that we still have is Polybius standing with Scipio the Younger at the walls of Carthage as it's being destroyed at the end of the Third Punic War. And so he's an eyewitness to some of the events he writes about, and sometimes he involves himself, like he writes in the third person to like keep himself distant. And then other times he's writing about things that like recently happened. So that's part of why he's reliable, is that he had good sources, because people who were involved in things he's talking about would have still been alive or have known someone who was there, that sort of thing. But anyway, he writes in Greek. He's not writing in Latin. And he writes to a Greek audience to get them to understand why Rome, like basically why did Rome conquer so much? Like he like very explicitly says this in like the first book, in the prologue. It's like the point of this universal history, that's what he calls it, the universal history, is to understand why Rome conquered the world in like 54 years, known world. It's like, you know, they went from just Italy to all of the Mediterranean, which is to him the known world. And so that's the whole purpose, is like understanding why Rome did what it did and how it did it. And so he's a really, really interesting source. And like his writing is like a little strange in that he goes on tangents a lot. Like he'll be talking about like, you know, the geography of some valley that something's going to happen in, and he'll start like, he goes on a tangent about like rainbows. And some people find that annoying, but he also roasts the shit out of the other Hellenistic historians. So like he really complains about the quality, and we don't have these historians as a thing. We only know they exist because Polybius roasts them. And we have like maybe small quotations here and there. So we don't know how legitimate his complaints are because we only have his word for it. But it's quite fun that, you know, he'll be describing an event and he's like, this guy, you know, writing this, when he wrote history of this, did a terrible job of representing, you know, this event or whatever, reasons X, Y, and Z. And he just comes off as very modern in a lot of ways in his writing. It's like this sort of self-awareness. There's a he's got like the most active voice in a writer as you'll ever see. He's like very, very present in the text, which is pretty cool. So it's like you get a real sense of his personality in his writing, which is often hard to come by in ancient texts, right? Especially like ancient history has a sort of reputation of being kind of dry. But Polybius, like, really, I don't know. I found myself laughing a lot of time reading Polybius because it's just like, hey, he's just roasting this guy. Even though he's not like a very pathos-driven writer. He's not very he's not very emotional. I'm gonna double, how long is this? Book 1 through 6 are complete, and then this has a bit of book 12. We read all this my last semester. And then there's a bit of the fragmentary books, which I believe goes up to like forgetting how many books there are. I think it's 52. But we have like very, very little of those. Might be 35. Forty books. Yeah. Finished work compressed, 40 books, 130 taking the story from to 167 BC, 3140 completing the revised plan. Of the 40 books, only the first 5 survive fully extant. Book 1 and 2 are the introduction. Yeah. And we have excerpts of the other one. Is it frustrating the ending is missing? A little bit, yeah. That's the case with like a lot of ancient authors. Is so like Tacitus is probably the biggest example of this. Is like so like most people, if you know a bit about Roman history, you've probably heard like Caligula, he being the worst emperor ever. You know, psychotic, evil, all this stuff. But our source for Caligula comes from, or hold on, Augustus Tiberius. What is? Yeah, I think I'm remembering this right. Tacitus is like a so our source for Caligula is Suetonius, who is very tabloidy, and that he indulges in rumors a lot, and he'll say it's a rumor a lot of the time, but like, you know, the whole thing about like make your horse a senator, did that actually happen, or is Suetonius just going, I heard that Caligula made his horse a senator? And so like a lot of these are stories that come to us from Suetonius. And Tacitus is a much more grounded historian, even though he is super political and super he's not pro-republic, but he throws daggers at the emperors a lot in his works. And so, but we don't have Tacitus's account of the rule of Caligula. And so it'd be really nice to have a sober, you know, a sober reading of that. Tacitus is also one of the most difficult to translate Roman authors. Is like he's like the nightmare of every classics undergrad, because he's so innuendo heavy and so just like subtle, and he uses words very strangely. His sentences are just like grammatical nightmares sometimes. So he's very, very tricky to translate a fair bit of Tacitus as an undergrad, and it's hard. it's hard. And like I tried a couple years later to like brush up on my Latin skills by looking at Tacitus, and I was just like, oh my god, I'm so bad at this now. And I asked my old professor, and he's like, Eli, why'd you start with Tacitus? You know, start with somebody easier. I was like, I thought I was still good at this, and I was wrong. Four matches. After this, I'll probably take a break for food. I always get really nervous before these, even if it's like lowest stakes. I get very nervous before these events for like some reason. So I just like lose my appetite. It's 2 combo decks so far. Not what we really want, but I don't know. I kind of had the feeling that people were going to take advantage of the fact that so many people have cut on combo hate. Someone's just like Delver. Delver should take care of all the combo matchups, but I think Delver's better against everyone's fair decks than people think it is, and Delver is worse against a lot of the combo decks than people think it is. That's like maybe my hot take. Calms 2-0, nice. Delver's kind of universally medium against combo. Yeah, it's like, I think it's good against Sneak and Show, sort of by nature. Oh, geez, GTO lost a canister. Okay. Sneak and Show is just like exactly all the things that Delver is good against. But I do agree, it's like Delver picks has got like 4 cyber cards for various combo decks and has to just kind of like pick which one's going to be good against. For the weekend or whatever. And so like a lot of the combo metagame seems to revolve around just like, okay, which deck or which deck does Delver not have the cyber cards this week? Because it doesn't take much for them to have a good combo matchup, right? Like they can very easily fix a combo matchup if they want to. But it's just like a matter of like, oh, like, are they really going to dedicate the slots? Like, as soon as Delver puts, you know, some hard hate for our graveyard strategies, you know, if this registers 2 Grafdigger's Cages, and 2 Surgicals, like if it has 4 pieces of graveyard hate, like it's going to be really good against the graveyard decks. But, you know, a lot of time it just kind of coasts on 2 Surgicals and nothing else. And like, how many Force Negations is it playing? A lot of people are playing only 1 Force Negation, and it's in the sideboard because they got to fit the main deck Pyreblasts for the mirrors, and you know, Pyreblast also just good against like tons of decks. So that's the dynamic of, you know, and if they want to beat Test, they'll play Null Rod. If they want to beat Ant, what's like the Delver Haymaker for Ant? I mean, I might also be Null Rod. I think Graveyard Hate's quite good against Ant as Delver, because Ad Nauseam is so pressured. Flusterstorm, I guess. Flusterstorm, Spell Pierce. More Flusterstorm than Spell Pierce. Spell Pierce is okay. We got into the 1-1 bracket, which is where my time to shine. 2-0 brackets where everyone's scary, right? Gotta coast in the X1 bracket, and you make top 8 in the last round. That's how you do it. That's why a lot of my friends and I joke that the round 2 loss is, it's like the best time to lose in a tournament. Because you don't want to lose round 1, because then you just play against other combo decks all the time. The round 2 loss is blessed. And it did happen for a long time that it was like everyone like in our chat group was like, oh, I lost round 2, and then they would end up winning, getting top 8. And like that happened to me maybe twice. Happened to JR, happened to a couple others. It's just a funny tendency. I'd be very surprised if there was like a actual basis in it, but it definitely happened. All right, who do we got? Philippe. This is a lands player. Oh, with an E. Yeah, lands. All right, they're on. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Got multiple Hydroblasts. It's bad. It's got a Wasteland, but that's it. Yeah, Philippe, not Philippe. 2 mana deck Pyroblasts. Okay, well. Come on. A lot of not had many keepable 7s yet. I kept the 1/7 against Dredge and it was pretty borderline and got annihilated. This is very classic, you know, keep mulligan your 5-lander 7. Essentially a 0-lander 6. Okay. I kind of want to keep the sharpshooter, but Fable save me. We draw lower curve stuff. This hand's like okay. Not good. Probably just gonna get Dark Depths immediately. Lucky. Oh, that was a mistake. I should have played the Scalding Tarn. I could get ported here. Another loam. Okay. Don't think I'm gonna play around crop rotation or well, I construct. Yeah, I think there's gonna be a lot of elves in this event, so I registered main deck sharpshooter. Sharpshooter's just like so obscene against them. I think if you on tap with it, it's just so hard to lose. Alright, Wasteland might kill me. We needed lower curve stuff to do. Yep. Draw a lackey here. Maybe we're okay. Nope, another 3-drop. This game's just sort of over. They have a port too. There's just like literally nothing I can do. Okay. Like I could tread water for like 4 turns, but like it just doesn't matter. A decent sideboard here. Hearse would be very good. Leave 1 expert. Do want to keep the sharpshooter because it lets you kill stuff out of combat. Also kind of good against Tabernacle because you can ping them when your stuff dies. Like easier on the mana. I play Elvish Reclaimer. Hopefully I'll draw my Edict or Creator Maker it. Otherwise I'll die, but whatever. We're in the play there. Maybe we're fine. Just get out it. We could get a War Chief down or get the Fable down and actually make forward progress, but you just get stuck. The Wasteland killed us, basically. Wasteland plus port. No matter what I wastelanded there, there'd be Merit Lage pretty quick. It doesn't matter. The 7 was not keepable, really. It was like a wasteland. I mean, our 7 didn't care about wasteland, but it was just so slow. And then the 5 or the 6 was just obviously unkeepable. Just wasteland, no other land. Gotta be a little wary of Dak. I think Opposition Agent is gonna be one of my better cards in this matchup. Because stopping Saga, fetching, stopping map, stopping crop rotation is really big. A good hand, please. Turn 2 agent. Wasteland. I think I'm gonna fetch, or I'm just gonna play Cavern first. I normally don't do, but I don't want to fetch bad lands and get it wastelanded till I can play the Maya. Okay. Double exploration. Terrifying. Needle. If they need a wasteland here, then they just like definitely have crop rotation or natural dark depths. If they have natural dark depths, I can't do anything about it. Okay, that doesn't do anything. This is the mana ability. So do they have natural? Do they have crop rotation? I want to wasteland them if it's a natural depths. It's tricky. Waste Yavimaya, hope they don't have green. That'd be pretty saucy. It could work. Could work, honestly. Also, turns out makes Maze not tap for mana. I do like attacking lands as green sources normally. This is hard. This is a hard choice. I could go Wasteland Pass and then just like do nothing and then fetch pass and then Wasteland stage and then Opposition Agent when they crop rotate in response. That actually might be best here. Okay. If they had crop right, they probably wouldn't play Needle. That's a reasonable call. Really? Really? Okay, I'm just gonna waste Yavimaya. And they have 1 mana and a sphere in play. I have a ton of lands in hand. They can't even cast alone if they draw it. Or okay, that's kind of annoying. Didn't port me. I guess they want to copy something with Maze. Should have played the Badlands. Okay. Okay. They've got depths. Lackeys. One. These ports are annoying. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Alright, I guess I lose. Cool. Sideboard terribly win anyway. That's so cheesy. That is so... That's so stupid. Is there anything I can draw? Oh, I guess I have Edict. I can draw Edict. Okay, so they can't port me and make Marriage. So I can pay for both. Edict. Yeah, Sling Gang could also give us another turn. That's so bad. You should absolutely not have spheres in your deck. Like, not even a little bit. You also have endurance. Like, what's going on here? It's top deck your 3-outer. Otherwise, you have like so few good draws. Saga, I would get to hose with the agent. That's so frustrating, dude. I just don't think I really don't think endurance makes strategic sense. You don't want to spend 3 mana on that effect. Yeah, you got me. Spheres don't help. Spheres are actively bad. That's pretty tilting, to be honest. That they drew their 3 of depths. They are so dead there in that game. They don't rip depths. Fuck Merit Age, really. Fuck Merit Age. Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely keep playing. I'm just, that's some horseshit, honestly. Do they, like, am I exaggerating? Do they have no good draws other than Dark Depths? They have 3 mana. If they have Mana Source, they can double port me. It doesn't really matter. I still have more lands in hand. I'd wasted the stage earlier instead of the Yavimaya. Sagas are okay draws. But like, then they can't port me, and the agent will shut down the tutoring. And I would get the tutor, so I could get Shadow Spear or Pirate Spellbomb or Map. So I'm not even sure Saga is a good draw. Yeah, Saga, yeah, wasting Yavimaya, I think, was definitely the play. Turns off the lands for this, and they drew Port. The bodies don't really matter. Like, even if they're 4/4s, or like even 6/6s, like if I'm drawing these cards, like once you resolve Fable, the Saga tokens don't matter. We're 1-2 now, Genjo. We got Luck sacked by lands, basically. It's genuinely frustrating. Well, whatever. I just hate games that Alright, I'm in the bathroom, probably heat up some food, so I'll be back. Eating. I'm gonna mute, and we're gonna watch another Magic. I heard JR is doing a JR's on stream, or is it just over? Modern. Give this up while I eat.
To leave it in, I would think. And that
Yeah,
that information was revealed when Robert Hayes discarded to hand size on turn 2 or 3, whatever that was.
that's a really good point. You're right. So John is probably gonna keep the megas around, right? That's we haven't seen Robert's deck list yet. I'm trying to see whether I can see it on my end somewhere.
We don't have it. So Robert Hayes submitted a paper deck list instead of online, so it's not actually built into the system.
Old school. So we're gonna explore it together with John.
Yeah, that's right.
So what are we seeing here? We see a bunch of Grixis cards, and they go straight back into the deck.
Yeah, at least 4 land there. So that's going to be thrown away. Not too much additional shuffling for Robert Hayes. And take a look at a new set. That first 5 there looked functional. So we're probably going to find a good 6 out of this 7.
Ooh, there's a Force of Negation. I guess there's not too many things we can hit other than like While and let's say Swords to Plowshares, if that's a concern. Like if we really wanna hit that While, we'd keep it in. And alternatively, of course, there's always the chance that Robert just has like not enough cards that can really take out, like if there's not enough on the side. But I'm curious. If we actually use that Force of Negation to hit a turn 1 While, I'm very happy.
Yeah, well, I went to the bottom of the mulligan. Maybe he has an earpiece. He's listening to the coverage. And he heard you say that. And he's like, oh, Julian doesn't like it. All right, I'll get rid of it.
And he has the beautiful island again. You can't convince me that there's like a nicer island in Legacy.
I don't even know what to say. There absolutely is. All right, so here's a brainstorm turn 1 main phase for Robert Hayes. That's generally not a sign of strength. But it will
like if you're trying to pretend that you're a combo deck, that you could do that, but we pretty much already showed that that's not what we are. Like the only reason we might be doing this is we expect John to have like a Pyroblast, and we don't want to get our like brainstorm Pyroblasted, but we really want to hit that second land drop that we might be missing, or like, you know, setting up for a very important 2-drop, which I guess we will see what it's going to be. I guess Baleful Strix is the most likely thing, right? It's going to come down here.
Really a good card. We've seen Narset in hand. We're not quite there. Robert, also seeing 2 Magus of the Moons in game 1. Whether or not they stayed in John Wright and Hamilton's deck, Robert Hayes is going to have to respect them. And we do see, a second basic land fetched out here. As
this man has taste in basic lands. Let's make Mercadian Mask basic land. Oh, yeah, I love those.
That is pretty old school, Mercadian Masks. I do remember those. All right, and there's Baleful Strix, like you suggested. All right, so Robert Hayes, much better start this game than last game.
So this is one of the many annoying 2-drops of Death and Taxes are going to come down. Which one is the one you want to see the least? Is it like Thalia? Is it going to be a Spirit of the Labyrinth? Is it going to be Storm? Like even Stormforge is sometimes super annoying to deal with. Ever since Culture Complete has been printed, it basically puts a real clock. Can you imagine? It has like first strike and it kills everything it touches.
Yeah,
I mean,
it really does.
How does it not dominate Legacy? I mean, yeah, it has to come off Stormforge, but it's such an annoying card.
I think I would at least want to see Thalia here. I know that Robert has a Narset in hand, so Thalia would prevent that from coming down on schedule. Although I guess Stoneforge Mystic sort of would
It couldn't
also.
really be Stoneforge Mystic because we saw John shuffle like crazy. Like if he was actually gonna get Stoneforge down, I'd immediately slam it down and then decide whether I need to shuffle.
Right. Sure.
We can. Okay, there's Thalia, and I'm wondering, like, a lot of the matches, the dynamics are going to depend on what Robert really wants to do in that matchup. Like, there's many ways you can build Grixis, and your also like your choice of master mover is going to be important. But for now, like, John can just like sit back, create his card advantage engine with like all the basically draft commons he has in the deck, and see where it leads him, unless Robert like wants to. Oh, we see Fury in hand, right? Is it Fury?
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, it's a Fury. Yeah.
So that's one way to clean the board, and one of the most popular legacy cards. When I first saw it, I wasn't really sure whether it's actually going to make its way into the format. But even outside of, let's say, Dragon Stompy, like Moon Stompy, combo decks, prison decks, we sometimes in these Grixis decks see it as a value card. Literally like a card you can either like use early on for tempo or slam it down as a 5-mana thing and then go to town with it.
All right. So there's a 3-mana Ongross Rampage to take out the Thalia. And Baleful Strix gets in for 1 whole damage. And yeah, this Fury is it's interesting to see a deck with Force of Will and Fury both. Wasteland takes out Volcanic Island, and yeah, there's the one of the second 2-mana hate bears, and Spirit of the Labyrinth. And Robert Hayes was about to cast Baleful Strix, and then caught himself, and he's like, "Oh, wait a second here, this is lame." And now what do? You're already annoyed. That's Death and Taxes is such an annoying deck.
That's how it made a name for itself.
Yeah. So this Baleful,
and I guess that's part of the price you pay, right? When you play 3 colors and you want to fetch all your basic lands. It's like the classic dilemma in Legacy, right? Do you fetch all dual lands, or do you try to establish the all basic land mana base? But if you go middle of the road, like we see here, then 1 wasteland is gonna screw up your mana base. Whereas if we had 2 more dual lands, we might be able to cast all of our spells still, which we will see. Robert needs mana, and Robert needs stuff to do. Like basically, it's really hard to say like what he even wants to do in the matchup, other than like maybe even stick a chase if he has that, because Death and Taxes is also really, really good at just like trading 1-for-1 and like +1ing you on card advantage in the long run. So technically this should be a really good match, but we need Robert to be in this, right? We need Robert to actually cast the spells.
Yeah, I mean, Baleful Strix to not draw a card is not much. Here, and this is...
That's another way to get red mana, by the way. Timeless Dragon, yeah, cycling, get the plateau, yeah.
Alright, I will now commentate while we wait for the next match to start. Shouldn't be too many left. Alright, so JR, XJ Cloud, playing against Grixis midrange of some kind. One has a Forcible and a Fury in hand. Some missed land drops. JR's got the Spirit of Labyrinth. Opponent just played a Baleful Strix into the Spirit of Labyrinth just to get a 1/1 Death Toucher in play. Here's got Aether Vial, Timeless Dragon in the graveyard, Plateau in hand. I think a Solitude I saw as well. Vial, okay. Take the bait on the Vial. Force pitch Narset. That feels pretty bad. It's like you kind of have to force. The opponent has Expressive Iteration, Fury, some other card. Is that Cling to Dust? Really not. It really looks like Cling to Dust. Okay, Timeless Dragon. Alright, so I'm assuming it's not Cling to Dust because the Timeless Dragon would have gotten eaten. Alright, chat's getting annoying. Yeah, okay, I don't know why you wouldn't eat the... Oh, I guess you want to draw a card? Okay, drew a Volk. That's important. Drew Brainstorm. That doesn't do anything. Can't even really cast this iteration because you need to iterate with a land drop available most of the time. Oh. Okay. Now Brainstorm. Not even a good time to Brainstorm, really. Jared's gonna like hard cast Solitude on this Baleful Strix next turn, start attacking for 4, attack for 7. I brainstormed into Brainstorm Fetch Land. Something else. Six matches to go. Okay. Jared's got 4 cards in hand, including Yorion. 5 cards now. It is very hard for TNT to lose from here. It's the Strix, okay. Back for 4. Runs down to 11. Is Fury not looking so hot? Probably a Wasteland here, right? No. Double fetch. Oh, he plays Yorion, okay. Since opponent brainstormed, there's a decent chance they have another land, so. The Mountain. Or Cassiorion. Yep, 4/5 flyer. Get him. Has Fury, Expressive Iteration, Bolt in hand. Okay, so the cast iteration. Bolts look pretty embarrassing though. Hit Chandra and choice of 2 cantrips. So dealing 5 damage to this Yorion is like actually hard. We've got Chandra and we've got Fury. But can't kill a 4/5. Okay, and then play the Delta, fetch, cast the Ponder. You're just like, you're at 3, you're at 2, and then you're dead. You only kill 1 thing, unless, I guess you could go, no, you can go Fury, pitch, Chandra, plus Bolt to kill Dragon plus Yorion. It's pretty ugly though, and you go down to 0 cards to do that. Oh, that's... You have to get Badlands or Volk there. Because if you get wasted off red, you can't cast the Bolt. Maybe you're just... No, like, why get the basic? Second basic island, what good is that? Yeah, 3 for 2 yourself, have to leave yourself with nothing to deal with both threats. Yeah, it's not a good situation for Grixis here. JR is on camera watching that in between rounds. No, I've explained enough Tacitus. Yeah, fetching an island there just does not make any sense to me. You don't even have any blue cards in hand. What's up? Okay. Blue player brain, a little bit. Not you. I would never accuse you of having blue player brain. One match in progress. All right. So here's the Fury. Killing... Okay, wait. Plan here. Don't have... Fury, pitch, Chandra. Okay, yeah. Kill the Timeless Dragon. Pass. So this saves you 4 life. Wasteland. Cardcast Cauldra. Okay. Dead. Oh no, go to 1. Oh, they had a second Fury. Okay. Yeah, super dead to Cauldra. Unless you can Edict it. Yeah, okay, so in... Yeah, no. There's no way out of that. They would need to be able to... Robert would need to be able to kill... like Fury plus Bolt plus Edict. And with iteration that is technically possible if they had fetched a second red source. Because you can't fetch anymore. And you'd... Well, okay. If your hand is Bolt, Fury, cast iteration, you put a red card in your hand. Okay, double edict could do it, but you don't have edict in your hand right there, and you can't iteration to double edict. So it'd have to be your hand is Bolt Edict, cast iteration. If you had 2 red sources, you could put a red card in your hand, get edict off the second card of iteration, technically get out of it. But then you have to beat every other creature that JR plays for the rest of the game, and he can equip Cauldra to any of them. Just has 7 mana. Yeah, that is a big ask. Yeah, assume JR plays literally no spells for the rest of the game. Alright, not our day so far, but that's alright. See, this is the good part of showcases, is that you look at all the other players who are really good, and they have the same record as you, even when you're doing bad. Like... Still got some kit like Ollie, a 1/2 dropped, and Ollie's insane. Storm Guy, Sylvia. Aw, Dukes, no. Killer BE's been on Insane Tear, 1/2 drop. Took you too long to read the standard zone. It's not the most intuitive thing. All right, so 1/2, then we win 7 straight, or 6 straight. 7/2, 7/2, top 16. I gotta bundle. What do I think of Azorius Helm in the metagame? Like a rip, like an energy field deck. Like Rip Helm energy field. Don't think those decks have been viable in like 10 years, 12 years, or more than 10 years. There's like so many universal answers, right? You got Force of Vigor to deal with. Oh. Person's a stream sniper, so... It really doesn't matter, but... Depths... not had a keepable 7. Restart his dissertation on stream, throw him off. God, I want to keep it, but we just need an actual red source, 2 wastelands. It really depends on what my opponent's playing. Like, if it's this, then his hand is kind of bad. I mean, Fatal's one of the best cards in the matchup. We just like Elvish Reclaimer is a huge problem. Okay. Alright, we'll keep this. Bottom of the War Chief. Let's see. His opponent in chat. Not at the moment, it seems. You stream snipe in the 1-2 bracket, you are truly garbage. Draw black source's hand's very good. Don't lead on Vile here. It's too bad. It's really bad if we go turn Lackey and they play a Reclaimer and we don't draw black source. Because if we play a Vile first, it's like not that bad. So now if we draw Prospector, we can Matron from Alexis pretty easily. Or Marshall, not my favorite draw, but, you know, fine. Being like opponent has a reactive hand, so presumably have Plow here. Gonna pay Echo. So I think we Matron from Matron here. Want to get the body on board. Hit Badlands. Because I don't need to hold up Wasteland this turn because it just doesn't really do anything unless my opponent goes like end of turn, crop rotation, stage. Rotation for stage. Land, and then they can't, unless that land is Yavimaya, they can't crop rotate again and kill me. So I'm pretty safe tapping out here. It does suck that I have to go to 20. Like, being at 21 is actually a pretty big deal. If we do draw land, we can make first lane gang. Survive a turn. Okay, no crop rotation. Hopefully this is knight. I'd be really happy if they tapped out for knight here. Get 4/4, die to expert. Okay. Trash Master's not bad. Put out my wasteland. Is there any benefit to not tapping out here? It would lock in my matron. I guess I can matron for matron again. But then I'm tap out of expert. Forcing my opponent to use the wasteland has value. So I think I do pass here. As long as opponent doesn't draw a prismatic ending, it's going to be pretty hard to lose from here. Okay, Yavimaya. Knight. Tapping the waste. Excavate. Sure. No step. Okay. If I Trash Master, think I pull the plow with the Sling Gang. Or maybe? I don't want to wasteland their wasteland, see if they crop rotate. Then they're tapped out of plow. And we can Trash Master hit them for 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay. Green-white depths, they did not have a good hand. Sideboard's pretty good here. Playline is actually okay here, but I like Sharpshooter should be decent as well. I like Hearse a lot more. I don't think I have the slots to port in Leyline, since I actually have a lot of good cards for this matchup. I might keep a Pile Driver over Jump on. You need cards that actually like hit them kind of hard. I'd also leave in one Ringleader for because I do got 3 pitch cards, so the card advantage is relevant. Fine though. She have a Lackey on the draw just because it's really hard to get through a lot of time. So 26 creatures, so our Muxus hits aren't phenomenal here, but most okay. Kind of kept a very strange hand. Feels like they had a crop rotation, they just never used it. Surgical is also an option, but it's really easy for Surgical to just not do anything. We really want one of our Furies or Pyrokinesis in the... Yeah, this hand's great. So it would kind of suck to... We're 1-2. Unexpected matchups. We got started with Dredge, lost to that. Then beat like Blue-Red Sneak and Show, like Omni-Sneak, and then lost to lands. We were in a really favorite spot game 2, and then just threw a 3 outer. Every other draw in their deck was pretty dead. That kind of felt bad. And we're up a game against green-white depths now. So we're kind of soft to just natural age, but we've got the Kinesis for Reclaimer. We've got Determined Violence for ticking up. We've got Hearse to shrink their stuff and make Excavator a lot worse. So, of course, my opponent will... Or 1 and 2 up a game and gain round 4. Turn Reclaimer. Second Vial. Not my favorite. really want a different red card to pitch because Pashlik's one of my more important cards. I guess we have Sharpshooter, which is sort of a second Pashlik in this matchup, so maybe it's fine. I mean, if they prismatic ending the first vial, then the second one's good. Ours is really good in this matchup. Keeping their stuff in range. Yeah, a lot of people drop. I mean, I'm already qualified, so I'm just playing to play. Playing for content, playing for fun. So I'm just gonna keep going until I get bored or it gets late, basically. Yeah, a fair number of people are 1-2 dropping. It's 9 rounds, it's like 280 people. It's one of the bigger showcases. 281. All right, Aether Vial's resolved. Yeah, board or tilted, yep. Maybe the Force of Vigor my vial. That'd be cool. I want to draw a bit of Mana Denial or a hate card like Magus or what's its face? Opposition Agent. Expert's nice. I'll play a second vial here. If these get Force Vigored, that's fine. I'd rather keep the Hearse, I think. Twitch Turbo. Don't really know what it does, to be honest. A's. This one for Reclaimer. Sylvan Library is pretty good. Force of Vigor. Maybe they're scared of Blood Moon. I guess would be draw. Okay. I think get Pashlik in play. A8. Sure. Box. Okay, I'm at 21. That's important. Depths, that's scary. Oh. Alright, well, should have put the War Marshal in the place, likely. It's not even necessarily wrong. Ooh, that's a good draw. At 11. I do wish Marshall's in play, I think. He gets attack for, well, no, it's there. I don't think it actually matters. Okay. But we're at 21. For Matron. We gotta put stacks in the right order here. Echo. Make Lage. Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's really good. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we're gonna Matron for Sling twice, for sure. I'm just wondering. If I want to do anything with the hearse. Don't think this turn. All right, I'm gonna hold priority here, be a little fancy. They're on Force of Vigor. Because if I activated the Violent 3, they Force of Vigored in response. I wouldn't get the Sling Gang in play. Okay, so unless they can hard cast Force of Vigor this turn, just win. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8. Even if they have like Glacial Chasm or Tabernacle, like we don't even need the combat step. They can also kill one of the vials and it's fine. Swords their own Lage, yep. That doesn't matter unless they do it in response to Sling Gang entering the battlefield. They need, I mean, they need like Fling. Fling would kill me. Okay. I could like pitch Fast Fury to Peru licensors. Kind of funny. Very unnecessary. Yeah, they could maze Lage, that's true. And then we'll do the same thing. Holding down control with all my might. They have to plow their own Lage right now. But then how do you win? Nice. If I even put it into play. Yeah, I probably. It's good pressure. Alright, that's 3 plows. I only have 1 left. I guess I should have done that on their turn, huh? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9. Harm, thanks to the Twitch Prime for 8 months. We back. Night. Vader. I think I'll just Violent Fury. Kill that. Okay. Nice. All right, we're 2-2. All right. Deck list command is not correct. Here's the deck list. Rhino 4-0. Appreciate that, Moots. Glad people enjoy it. These 5 rebs. You're doing. He's won 4 challenge. He's like top 8 of 4 challenges in a row. Not allowed to win anymore. There's Newton. It's 2-2 as well. That's where I just saw it. Am I blind? Allen's 3-1. To play Tony versus Bob, nice. Stefan's 3-1. Mario's 3. Oh, so Mario just beat Euron. He's 2-2 as well. Okay. Computers is 2-2. Lionel's 2-2. JPA's 3-1. Dylan's 2-1. Game 3. Play much for the 5 color Zenith decks. I think it's decent. Like their worst matchup is elves. And goblins can do a decent elves impression. And we're worse against Uro than elves is. Elves doesn't really care about Uro that much. But Pile Driver is a pretty big game in that matchup because you could just ignore their defensive measures of Coatl. They generally do have a fair number of blue creatures. The mana denial can be really good. They don't really have any answers to Muxus. They have to just like go over it or waste lock you. I think that the easiest way to lose that matchup is to get Remonob Excavator locked. I feel generally decent, pretty good against the Yorion Zenith decks. It's one of the trickier matchups to get a handle on because it can really things can feel kind of swingy depending on if they have like a Birds of Paradise that lives, or they Green Sun for Arbor on turn 1 and it lives. Things can spiral out of control relatively quickly because you do need to be operating at mana parity. Ideally, you want the mana advantage. But that deck can also it can actually flood out. So you can take some late games down as well. I find that by the time they are setting up to like Primeval Titan Field the Dead you to death, you can usually squeak out a Sling Gang kill. A lot of the late game wins are like very, very close, like 1 to 2 damage. Either way, they'll either be able to survive and then kind of lock you out of the game, or they like die right before then. So I think like tempo is quite important. Opposition Agent is partially in the sideboard for that deck, though it's mostly for elves and some of the combo decks, but Agent really fucks up the Yorion Zenith decks because obviously because of Zenith, you flash it in front in response to Zenith, and you like take their Grist or their Excavator, and just like it's so bad for them. Or like Leovold. Or probably not Leovold because they could Crocus it back. That'd be bad. The you draw card. Agent's really good against that. They're really reliant on fetch lands for their mana base. So it feels really, really strong there. Like Loam doesn't really do very much if fetch lands don't work. And they only have the 4 plows as removal for it, or like ending it, then they probably already got value, and that's like pretty bad trade. Like you don't want to spend 3 mana killing the 3-drop that already got a card off of you. Like that's not really what you want. So still slightly regretful of registering 5 Pyreblasts. I mean, they were good against Omnitel, but we only needed the 1. That was a funny Omnitel match where we both mulliganed to 4. Just both of us had absolutely nothing. Then Muxus flips 3 pile drivers and a Mugwort Marshal, then get K returned. Then they just die anyway. And Port was really good there. Port was so good in that match. Anything else going on? All right, 14 matches is going faster. Scored. No, we're not done. We're 2-2. Renwill. Just waiting for the matches to go. I'll keep the deck list up. Brian on a roll. Yeah. And people just aren't registering the hate cards, right? It feels like Storm is still pretty under the radar in terms of like, what am I expecting in this field? Tony's 4-0, yeah, people just not respecting the Storm decks enough. I mean, I'm doing the same thing. I cut my Mindbreak traps. I'm doing the same shit. Just how it is. Or you get the good matchups, yep. Tony, Bryant, Momo. I was playing, last I saw was like Mono Red Seething Song. Like, it's like Mono Red Sneak with Chronosphere. Not sure what Hoder Dime plays. Don't know this player. Like a vintage player, right? Don't know AFX. This person. Yeah. Hoder used to be a food chain player. That's right. No idea. Davey has the weirdest deck, and literally no one else plays it. It's just like, what the fuck is going on? Like Stifle Stoneblade. And they have really good results with it. There's just like fire cards, I guess. Like, what? It's like this low to the ground tempo deck that also plays Stoneforge. It's like a Delver deck that cut Delver for Stoneforge and also only 2 Murktides and Stifle. And the Stifles really are what just confused the shit out of me, honestly. Like, why? And then Light and Tutor package of Ananist, Nullrod, or Energy Flex. I don't I don't get it. Yeah, Delverless Delverblade, that's exactly the dumb name that we would call it, yes. It's 9 rounds. Unless I get really bored, then I'll stop, but been fine so far. Prismatic ending 4 bolts. No plows, no borrowers, no nothing like that. So it's like you still can't beat a Merit Lage. You have Mystic Sanctuary for iteration. I don't know, 3 iterations. Yeah, the Register Murktide Nia in your deck and kind of passable win. It's definitely partially that. Like, it's definitely partially that. But like, this person's also just like just done very well with this. This is from like, what the fuck? Oh my god, they just really like Stifle. It's one of these habitual stifle-brained monsters. God, why? What? This is from this year? No fucking way. This is prismatic ending, so it has to. This deck list makes me upset. this makes me upset. You've what? You've Terminus this? Okay. this this is 4-3 in the challenge. I mean, it doesn't really mean anything, but just the mind to put Terminus in your natural order deck. in your in your 16 creature Stoneblade NO deck with 2 Kataki, 3 Nullrod. My brain is definitely too small for this. Oh wait, why? Stifle, go away. I hate Stifle a lot. It's literally okay. All right, this back to basics is not okay. Yeah, really hates 8cast. Really hates 8cast. The Enlightened Tutor packages, just wow. Tarfire. always just really likes Null Rod over Meltdown. Why would you not play Meltdown so much better? Alright, whatever. My brain can't handle being this expanded anymore. If they made subtlety a stifle effect. Oh, God. Would it even be that good? Wouldn't even be that good. It would just be like the most obnoxious card ever. Like just on the draw. Just go. Batch like, oh, force of stifle. That'd just be. Oh my god. Just psychotic. Just doesn't like Bryant, specifically Bryant, Stifle, and Norrod, yeah. Oh man. That is something else. Arcan 2-2 dropped. I'm seeing fewer Delver players than usual. Yeah, it is like an obscene amount of Haycast hate. Wiki, Federus 2 drops. Up. Right, yeah, yeah, and it's not that there's just exactly. It's not just that there's one copy of this card. It's just like I'm gonna play 3 of them. Yeah, surprisingly, not seeing many control. Like people I recognize. Not seeing as many Delver players as I'm used to. Taro's a Delver player. Alright. Going round 5. I'm looking alright. Yeah, I mean, for sure. Punching Waterfalls 4-0. For what nonsense he's playing. Isolate System 4-0, nice. D&T. Animator. Ocean Souls Delver. Spiderspace might be playing Hammer. Use Delver. Loss is probably Delver. Yeah, there's gonna be, I guess, like I'm not recognizing. It's not a lot of the Zoomer crew playing paper events. Might be the real answer there. Played Control Voice and Delver plays both players out there. I promise. I guess I gotta get into the higher bracket for that. Bizarre Puget Sound says Judge call in the finals. I did not. Lay it on me. Oh yeah, and obviously energy that others are out. Yeah, energy's pretty big. Feel myself getting tired. Forced split because the venue is closing? Oh god. It's bad. Looks Tom. Okay, this is check pile. Oh my god. I had so many zero landers today. Messing with their mana is very good, but I don't think we're gonna have the time to double port. Could like really 5-head and put back Matron to dodge Inquisition, but yeah. Oh god, it would have been so smart. Imagine how smart that would be. Lackey. It's pretty good. I just kept that port and stuff. Another port. I never got no card in my hand. No, Lackey. My boy. Alright, this game's gonna last forever. I played the sharpshooter. Probably. It's kind of awkward part of sharpshooters that it might not do anything. Okay, I drew the 4th land, so I will play it because I could curve into Sling Gang. Yes, the sharpshooter would be way better if it was like basically any other playable 3-drop. Sure. That was a good draw. Iteration. Sure. So we're gonna draw Ringleader, Matron, Ace Lord would be good. Pashuk would be good. Pile Driver would be good. Shuffle, save a land, okay. Ooh, hello. This opponent's in an awkward spot. Got 6 cards in hand, but can they do stuff with them? Plow, Sling Gang. Is this like Plow, Snap, Plow? Probably is. Okay, I mean, about as good as I could get for them. Does eat their whole turn though. Excellent. I could play. They can't him me. Maybe I do get the sharpshooter down this turn. Can't inquisition me. Get to port this way. I think that makes sense actually. Wow. Hello. Desperate brainstorm. So pretty sure we just port here. Make sure need another black source in order to him, and I don't want to play a card because then the him guarantees hitting Muxus. Shouldn't have played the land, but I'll be fine as long as the him, like if they can cast him and I think War Chief is the worst of these three. I just cast the War Marshal. Like if they him, they have maximum of 4 mana. Porting's better. Pretty sure. 9. 5 power on board. So there's no way for them to like Inquisition the War Marshal and then hit me. They just don't have enough black sources. Duration. Use 2 swords. Grab land. Okay. Alright, well, no Mux is gone. Fuck. Right, well, kept the War Marshal. That's pretty good. It's pretty good too. They are just like kind of dead though. The best color here. They don't have plow. So I think it's one of the white sources. Probably. Could have a Snapcaster. And like pay Echo and hit them a lot. Draw Sling Gang, they die. Okay. Fairy? No fetchables. Okay. Sure. Just banger after banger. Draw 3. Bam. You're at 2. 3 power on board. Sling Gang. Another War Marshal. This game's over. Two ringleaders draw 3 cards each. Pretty good. So this matchup's gonna last forever. I think I just want all these Pyreblasts. Vial is kind of double check their list. One Kolaghan's Command, 2 Plague Engineer, 2 Meltdown. I'm gonna shave a Vial. Got a lot of lackey answers. Pashlik might, Trashmaster might actually be okay. I feel like Reb is so good against them. It does require you to hold up mana. I think I want good ringleaders, or Reb is fine. It's mostly because I don't want to mulligan. Okay, no Terminal Inquisition is good. no shuffle. I do want to draw land, so fetching's a little weird, but I want to get a black source in case my other land gets himmed. Okay. Not a good thing. Bummer. Okay. Red would be a good draw here. So they have very, very few win conditions, so we can play pretty slowly. I feel like this lackey is going to get like engineered, but yeah. Turn 3 engineer. All right. Now we're in trouble. Awkward that I can't wasteland, really. That's fine. And plow. Okay, that's bad for me. To draw Fury. Yeah. Okay, we'll just pass. Well, hold on. Oh. Nah, that was bad. I should have played the pile driver. I was thinking I would cycle jump palm. That's correct. And if I was going to cycle, I should cycle main phase. To hit the Fury. Or hit a land for... Right, Fury would be completely insane draw. Just sort of win the game. No fourth land. Five. Very. So we're up a game. Game 2. Turn 3 engineer is pretty good though. Alright, we have to draw a Fury right now. Take it. Okay. Wish I had a chain whirler. Okay, all right. Okay. So now we literally need to draw. They drew both their engineers very quickly. Oh, just pyrokinesis. Like, their deck is so threat light. It's really weird against a deck this grindy, but like, just kill all their stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's like 2 for 2ing with creatures that drew cards. Crash Match. Crash Match was like only okay. I think it's kind of a trap. It might be. Totally might be. Not sure. It's gonna hold the Crater Maker. An answer, not a threat. Like how this game's going. Do I wish I could ringleader into Trashmaster a bit? I mean, the games could also just go so long that hardcast hardcast can they go to discard? Amazing. Pile driver would be a good one. Ooh. Hmm. Come on, ringleader. Come on, ringleader. Okay, bottom of Magus sucks, but yeah, that's the thing. It's like Reb might not have targets this turn. Bottom of Vile, Magus. Not the worst, honestly. Do our best card. Okay, like I would blast that. Allowing ringleader. Ooh, hello. Hmm. So I go War Chief, Pile Driver, Crater Maker. Swing for 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hold back the Crater Maker, maybe. Crater Maker the Strix? No way. No way. Blast the Strix, War Chief, Pile Driver, swing for 8. That's true. I do like getting the War Chief down this turn. And the Pile Driver, so let's do that. What if I just go Pile Driver, attack with Matron and Pile Driver? I just hold back the War Chief. They probably snap swords. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. They've missed land drops, so I will blast. Okay. Okay. That again in the Pile Driver. Dynamuxes. I bottomed some cards, but I would like to. They don't force a will. It's still in their deck. Like, unlikely. Let's get Pile Driver, right? If I get punished, that'd be pretty funny. Crunch. Still lethal if they force. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. You're actually right. Nice. All right, that felt good. That felt very good. Like, aside from the Plague Engineers, that has to be like almost the dream matchup, right? It's like a completely win condition-less control deck that has a bad mana base. Muxus is just hoof, yeah. Like, him is way scarier than Iteration. Iteration doesn't really do anything. So clunky. Him you can actually cast on turn 2. All right, 3 and 2. Get some water, drink, eat my dinner. All right, that was nice. Yeah, 4 p.m. is actually honestly a little late for these events. End up playing. It just feels harder to me, honestly. Like, I'm a night owl, so I'd be up anyway mostly, so not as big a deal for me as like normal people. But still feels a little hard. Really curious about what Punishing Waterfalls is playing. Jason, did you win? I think I saw in chat that you won. 3-2, nice. GAPA in the 3-2 bracket. Oh god. That's a scary fucking 3-2 bracket. Jack, alright, you're 3-2 as well. And Tony versus Eric. That's gotta be not great for elves. I guess Besage's helping, but yeah. Murktide is absolutely a dumb card. Super ook. Oh, you beat my round 1 Dredge opponent. Putting his Delver 3 times. Yeah. I've somehow dodged Delver so far. Don't know that I want to. I'm fairly warped with 5 Power Blasts for Dredge. I mean for Delver. But Jason, what the fuck? You put against Madness twice? Twice? Yeah, I saw you beat Killabee. Pretty sick. Not losing to anyone lately. They're not losing. Sharpshooter Elf. Yeah, that is a bad bracket for DN2. His Madness is not a bad matchup though, right? But a Battle Skull playing, they can't win. You just gotta get that far. Sometimes they just AP you on turn 1. Turn Hollow and Haste? Okay. Yeah. much can you guys hear me chew? I don't want to like annoy, but it's also annoying to turn my mic on and off. That sucks. It was just like two land, like Bayou Underground scene play, and then it's just like Dark Ritual, with a Bloom Apprentice, Janus Mog. I like the combo decks get an unreasonable amount of equity by disguising themselves as other combo decks. Like, I feel like that sort of shit actually happens a lot. You actually could have stolen like a game one, but you don't know what the fuck they're doing. So you think it's one combo deck is actually. Okay, I mean, yes, that's true. I mean, more generally. I don't know if it's just me, or does Ant feel faster than it used to be? Like, I used to think of Ant as like a turn 3 deck usually, turn 2 deck decent amount of the time, turn 1 deck very rarely. Now I feel like Ant goes off on turn 2 way more than it used to. Maybe it's just like, I don't know. I know they're all playing Reign of Filth, which is like a pretty fast card. I mean, once you have lanes in hand, it's not that fast. Okay, maybe it's just the test got slower in comparison. That could be it. That could definitely be it. Yeah, and you certainly see Ant a lot less. Yeah. I just remember like when I first my first year on Moto, like Ant and Reanimator were the most common decks to play against. Who the fuck 4-1 drop? That's insane. Oh, okay. Wait, what? That has to be like a real life thing. I used to get so many reps against Ant and have like a very good sense of like when they would kill me, like what kind of hand I could keep, and now it's just like kind of out of whack. Russian time zone? Nico sounds Japanese to me. I mean, Japanese time zone would be pretty bad too. I'm green 2. Started out a 1 round 2. So it's Dredge, lost to Dredge, beat Omni-Sneak, we think. Lose to lands. Should have gotten a game 3, but that was kind of tilting. Beat Green White Depths, and then just beat Czech Pile. So okay, not really the matchups you expect, but you know, 3-2. Maybe we'll get into top 3-2 or something. We trade decently from here. I am in the Elves player bracket now with my oh shit, you're on beat. Funny. Wonder how. Cloud Post is like rough matchup for Elves. Yeah, we got a main deck Sharpshooter for the Elves gang. Bad Luck Bandit 3-2. Computers dropped. Right, I'm gonna get up and walk around a little. Brain's starting to rot staring at the computer this long. Checklist up. I'll be back. One match to go. JWVH 10665. Thanks for the follow. I don't like them in the same bracket as a lot of my friends, both because I don't want to play against my friends because they're good at Magic, and because I don't want to Dream Crush them. I guess 3-2 bracket, not too many mistakes. 3-2. Record is on the screen, or in the chat rather. There it is. Alms 4-1 still. Believe. Alright, who do we get? Oh boy. Popper. Delver. This is forever ago. Okay. So we don't really. Oh, it's turn 1 vial. No land. Yeah, it could be on anything. Oh, man. I think I've got a mulligan. Okay. Here. It's like either Badlands or Pile Driver. Badlands is better if the vial doesn't resolve. Let's bet on Viola resolving. Okay. Keep. Jack always wants to keep. Okay, Ancient Tomb. Oh, that's not good. Oh, is this Chantel? Oh, it's this deck. Okay. Okay. That's not good. Love to draw Black Source. Ah, fuck. They also have the Gamma Cross deck. Oh. Okay. Oh, we can't even kill them now. Alright, well. Got Belchered. Cyborg's pretty good for this matchup, though. Five blasts, pyrokinesis, leyline. Fury. Yeah, Fury kills Karn. Magus is okay. Board a lot of shit. I wonder if I'll board an agent or not. Okay. Let's draw an expert. I guess this is as good as anything else. Could play Pile Driver there, but let's try to use our minimal interaction to interact. And they don't have. Okay, that's awkward for them. Grid. Oh, that's bad. Yeah. Two Atlas, straight up Black Lotus. Okay, cool. Double Lotus. Have 3 defense grids. To loot so much. Stop. Okay, 3 Black Lotuses. There's Echo. Okay. They just gamble for gamble. I just get Burning Wish and Tendrils me. Okay, Leyline. 5 Pyroblasts. All these. Sharpshooter's actually going to be insane against them. Oh yes, oh yeah, gamble. Good point. Game Haggis is kind of mediocre. I think the Saga constructs are going to be a problem. Cutting myself of Black Might. Regards. Surgical on LED. Yeah, I just don't. I already have a lot of cyber cards, you know. I'm not sure if there are other cuts is the thing. I want Prospector to hold a blast all the time. Pay for defense grid. Shave a War Marshal, like shave a Pile Driver. Got a land. What land though? Sounds close. I don't know how often this deck kills on turn 1. Let's find out. Lackey into Crater Maker or Expert, turn 3 Agent is pretty good. And if they have like a turn 1 Echo Pass, the Lackey's really good. We're gonna fetch to get lands out of our deck. Don't turn 1. Burning. Wow, just full yellow Echo. All right. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's a weird bug. There's just something broken with the meta files. It's like not a really a fixable thing. So I want to get Trash Master. I think the best way to do that is actually put in War Chief and pass. Hold a double blast. And then we can matron if they don't pass if there is a saga up. We can matron for Trash Master with blast up. Put in Trash Master. Revealed. Okay. Gamble. Probably an Echo line. Discard LED. Love to see it. So if we have to sack two things here, then we'll sack Lackey, then we'll sack Prospector. Yeah, they're gonna Echo here most likely. Settle. Sure. The gamble for LED. Missed. Burning Wind. For Echo. You only have it. Play a land for defense grid. I mean, I have Trash Master. All right, punt. You see a Pyroblast. Concede. Cool. All right, so game 3 on the draw. What's important? Good board in the surgical. Agent. Maybe slow on the draw. Probably want it anyway. Ley line's gonna be good. Got a land. But could cut Cavern. We've cut down the curve a lot. Cavern is the worst land here because it doesn't cast Reb, Agent, or whatever. Don't want to cut Wasteland or Port against it, or is a Saga deck. Yeah, I'm thinking about the surgical. Also, Jump Palm to kill one of the X1s through defense grid is not nothing. Also a little easier on the mana. don't know what I would cut to fit. Pressure is important, so I don't want to cut the pile drivers. Moxus could honestly convince me that Moxus is the cup. It's just such an easy way to slam a door shut. Good as is. Leyline and Reb. Okay, this hand doesn't really do anything for a bit, but as long as you draw land, I think it's good enough. Of course, I cut a land, so, but still 23 lands. Decent odds. Draw land, then the hand's very good. That is the risk with that. What's that? The Saga tokens could kill us. This is really bad. Fuck. Okay, they get 1 token. It's a 5/5. As long as we draw lands, Lackey could also force a staring contest. Mogwai Marshal would be really good. Please. Okay. No. Oh. And just Burning Wish for Grape Shot. Come on. Come on. That's so fucking lame. That's so fucking lame. Come on. Oh, that's so tilting. That fucking sucks so much. That is one of the worst losses. We've had some of the worst losses I've ever experienced today. You should never die to a fucking Urza Saga token as goblins. We just had, if we had the wasteland one turn earlier, we just win. Fucking knew that was going to happen as soon as I kept that hand. We drew port instead of a red source, so we couldn't flash an expert to block for a turn. That sucks so much. I feel like that should be a pretty good matchup. All in all. So much interaction. Thing is, once the saga token hits you twice, you're just gonna die. You're gonna die to the Burning Wish eventually. Like they have LED in play, like it's just gonna be like they'll crack the baubles, draw 2 cards. And it's just like a bunch of zeros. It doesn't even matter what they are. Go 0, 0, Varnish for tendrils. Just tendrils for like 8, and that'll probably be enough. That was a really frustrating one, though. Newton's also 3 and 3. Jack's 4 and 2. feels like fortune hasn't been on our side today a little bit. I mean, I did cut a land from the deck, but it's not like I drew any cards that I would have cut for. Like the land wasn't replacing. Yeah. Shitty way to lose. Wow. Wow. Getting roasted. Being told, keep that salt around for my eggs in the morning. Guess who's not getting breakfast tomorrow? Oh, so you gotta get it before me, that's fair. Nah, I'm alright. Callum's in chat. Callum says hello. Got turn 1 killed by Painter in consecutive games. All right, that's kind of ridiculous. That's like, what? Turn 1, like Tomb, Painter, Petal, Grindstone, LED. That's like the only way that works, right? The worst Tomb, LED, Painter. Doesn't that require 6th mana? It's 3 mana activate Painter or Grindstone. Yeah, Petal. I don't play LED, so I don't get called bullshit. Cam, are you playing Painter today? In this event? Yeah, nice. 5-1 ready? Oh, I envy you. We faced a lot of combo decks. And they're all different. Yeah, it's been Dredge, Omni-Tel, Green-White Depths, lands, Riddlesmith, deck pile. One fair deck, basically. So Green-White Depths didn't really play like a combo deck. Lands... Oh, lands basically comboed me. Yeah, right? Lands thing was so sad, because it's like my opponent Pithing Needles, Script Prospector, bordered in 4 Sphere of Resistances. I wastelanded the Avamaya, and then next turn drew Surgical Loam. And they had like Maze, Tabernacle, Stage, no cards in hand, 2 explorations. They had literally nothing. And then it was like Port, which was kind of annoying. Fear, which was good for me. And then drew another port, and then drew Dark Depths. So they had no mana to activate their stage. Then drew Mana Source, Depths, and I had Opposition Agent, so they couldn't map. I could have flashed an agent on any of the turns where they could have had a relevant draw. There was no point where they could have drawn map, or they didn't have a green source for crop rotation. It was just, oh god. That one hurt a lot. I'm understanding giving up the opportunity to complain next time versus Delver. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. I know you hate bad beat stories, but it's my stream. I get to do what I want. I get to bad beats all I want on my own stream. This is my first stream in literally like 6 or 7 weeks. So far, not thrilled about Five Blast compared to Mindbreak Trap. I think in leagues, this is probably what I would do. Main deck of Fury. Do this. Sharpshooter has not really come up yet. I just want Sharpshooter to be good, but it isn't. I mean, if we queue into Elves, then I'll be like, haha, fuck, got Sharpshooter. It's like slam War Chief, they dump their entire hand, and you go like Patron Sharpshooter, ping, 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 ping. I mean, deck one side, jeez. I mean, yeah, I've got a similar thing going on. How often do you name red with Painter to turn on your Fury? I guess you've also got a lot more kind of regular ramp to hardcast him. Yeah. Sharpshooter against LCDT, not really anywhere else. Yep. I mean, it'll be good against Dredge if you get it in play, like really good. Just kind of like the Skirk Sharpshooter thing, like will straight up lock Dredge out of a game. Like just like cannot do anything. It's like probably okay against 8-cast. You get to ping all the Thopters for free. So size just like not a card. Other than just like a 1/4 blue blocker. And then anything that trades, you know. Everything else is just gonna be too fragile or too slow. Like okay against lands as like a secondary Pashalik. Yeah, that makes sense, Colin. Any idea what Punishing Waterfalls is playing? I kept seeing him hype up like an Elementals deck. Like all the MH2 pitch stuff. Maybe Risen Reef, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what's going on. He was saying he was really hype on it. Yep, I'm still playing. I'm 3-3, so not really in contention by any stretch, but you know, if we went out from here, probably end up in top 30 and 3 with bad breakers. Probably not, honestly. If I lose again, I'll stop, but my spreadsheet win rate destroyed. No one will be able to. Well, I won't show up on Bob's post next time. I don't play enough for that to ever happen, but I did look up my own results, and I was at 64% with 50 matches played. Sick. Alas, my meaningless number dropped precipitously. They don't do that for that event. Pretty sure. I think that's just mocks because I didn't see one for my first one. Oh, you're just saying I'll win? I'll just win. Get that sweet mocks qualification. I would get annihilated in the mocks, just completely obliterated. Not a chance. Just win. Yeah. That's why you hire good coaches. Because the coaches know that you're good, so you just, when they say just win, they know you can do it. Looks like, honestly, it kind of makes sense that we're facing so much combo whenever, like, I would say the narrative of this tournament leading up to it was that Elves is like the clear second best deck. And I would bet a lot of the combo players like, oh, we're gonna really fuck up the Elves guys first to crack bridges. Okay, yeah, just animate a 0/0 rehearse. Yeah, okay. The really cool thing would be you tap it, target 2 other things, hold priority, crew it. Yeah. Why is Elves the second best deck? I don't know that it is, but that is the perception right now. Welder into play. Yeah. Yeah, like Reed said it was number 2. You're on Relentless, Jörg Heinrich, I think is his last name. He top 8'd the last 4 legacy challenges in a row with elves. Somewhere in here, I think he dropped. But I think there was just like a lot of hype around elves. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Jörg is like obviously an insane player, no matter what he does. But he does say that he thinks elves is really strong right now. Yeah, he's not just playing it for the fun of it. I'd probably put elves in top 4. Like Delver, one of the Jeskai decks, elves. Actually, don't know what I would put next. Gatecast, I feels like, I don't know. Yeah, it's like elves. Elves is really good against 8cast. And it's good against green white as well, pretty sure. D&T is quite good. But D&T is also kind of struggling against 8cast. Yeah, and I think the engineer thing affects people's mindsets. Like they think that, yeah, I think Opposition Agent is the singular best card you could play against elves. That's not like super narrow. Agent's really, really good against Reclaimer elves. I think people, like, because the deck is named what it's named. It's like, oh, it's a tribal deck. It's like only kind of a tribal deck. The deck plays multiple creature types, especially post board if it wants to. When it's like Endurance, Dried Arbor, Grand Ranger, or I mean, Symbiote, and Grist. Like, there's good diversity there, and so it's not hard to get a Progenitus into play for an engineer. Plus, just Reclaimer being big. Yeah. Whereas Opposition Agent is just like, okay, none of your fetches work. Your Reclaimers don't do anything and are like, like if you activate them, you just get obliterated. Natural Order doesn't work. Green Sun's Unit doesn't work. So it's like you just have to naturally glimpse a whole lot of creatures into play, which the deck is not very good at. And you're like, you just have so many dead cards. And they're playing Shriekmaw and like Snuff Out. So they can't kill Agent. I mean, they can't kill Engineer either, but they don't actually need to kill Engineer. They can Grist minus and that's it. And then you have Flash. So it's like you're at least getting something. And they need to draw their 1 Grist. Oh, I'm aware of your bullshit Esper land destruction. That's I see you with sinkholes. But yeah, card's really good. I hate playing against it. It's kind of like Agent's like a really bullshit, like, commander garbage. But it's really good. But it's not as warping as like Hull Breacher, but it's pretty feels bad. Like Hull Breacher's like, ugh. Like, why does Hull Breacher give you mana? Like, why does Hull Breacher give you mana? Arbiter gives mana, and opposition gives it away. Yeah. $20K. Oh, that sucks. That really sucks. I'm really. My fiance had COVID like a month ago, and it's not fun. But glad you're not feeling too bad. Yeah, the Murktide growing thing feels like it should be an incidental. It should be an incidental thing. Decklist is not updated kind of on purpose. God, but it comes up all the time. Like the fact that like you can't exile stuff from the graveyard to prevent the second Murktide, and then they play the second Murktide. It's just like, ugh, why? Least necessary text ever printed on a Magic card. So bad. All right, good luck, Callum. Good luck, Jason. Maybe we'll play against a fair deck. I believe. Definitely losing focus. I'm getting real tired. If I lose another one, I will call it. Like these events are already long and draining. Streaming them is like, whoa. 3-3, Matt Flicko. Blacko. And Stefan versus Ichikawa. Oh man, I'm falling asleep. Falling asleep, chat. Do not know what Punishing Waterfalls is playing now. Bro, come on. Oh, they played Goblins recently. That's cool. It's a mirror. Pretty funny. What were they? Oh, this is back in 2020. It's not recently at all. Those Turbo Muxes. Okay. God. If it's Reanimator, I'm done. I would like some sideboard for Reanimator, but I just don't wanna. Just don't wanna. You just played them? I mean, I've already kept my hand, so. Keeping 7, huh? I mean, I'll find out. Maybe it's Riddlesmith again. Facing lands, rip. Actual factual lands, yep. Today has been a bad matchup lottery day, huh? I guess. Oh, you've main deck Maguses for D&D. You're fine. You're fine. Let's get that mom, that Magus the Moon play. Underground Sea. Okay. Brainstorm. Oh, good luck, It's Doomsday. Ant. One Brainstorm says Storm. Like a Wasteland. Fort or a Muxus or a Sling Gang. Okay. Not bad. So next turn, Matron for Pashlik is lethal. Pitching Swamp, then Brainstorming. Why wouldn't you? That's kind of weird to not get a second Underground Sea. Yeah, Matron, back for 4, they go to 14. We have 6. Doomsday or Ant? Yes, I guess. Guess I'm dead. Vomit. Exactly. Threshold. Amp burning. Great. Just a turn 2 piff kill. Great. Both teams tried hard. Maybe just get tendrils. Don't count. Slinging it. Actually, no, that's lethal. It's 24. If I had an expert, that'd be cool. I mean, if you want to beat Ant, Force of Will is not the card you play. It's Chalice of the Void. Like if I represented as a blue deck, opponent would have 2 more cantrips to just chill with, and they can't brainstorm so aggressively. They just play it super safe, yeah. Old turn 2. Opposition's real good in this matchup. Don't think I want all 5 blasts for enough. Even want Fable like ever files. Oh, this hand sucks. It's turn 3 agent. They kept 7. I'm dead. Yeah. It's gonna bluff having stuff. It's gonna like, I'm not even gonna play the pile driver. I'm just like gonna make them think I kept for a mind break trap reason. Make them hand trip or something. Yeah, this is not a matchup I came prepared for whatsoever. If I do get the agent down, it's going to be pretty hard for them to win. Ponder. On. Everyone thought he's turn 2 kill you. High bottom Ashmaster. Okay, that like has text, kind of. It's my last card in hand, so they might not play around it. Actually, might be one of my better draws. Because if they pass here, I draw a land, they take 6, and then I have 6 points of burn. Hopefully they just go for Piff line. Imagine that. Dark Ritual, activate Wishclaw Talisman, Dead of Winter. Oh, bam. Regret those snow basics and paper. I mean, they kind of look expensive, right? So you bought like, foil old ones or something. Okay. I mean, they're passing. Ad nauseum is not like a real card. The land. Sinking. Scene 5. Maybe we got this. Kind of surprised they didn't have it last turn. They haven't cantripped at all. Their hand might not be great. Wow. Okay. What's the preferred extraction target? If they're going for Past in Flames, then use Surgical Infernal Tutor, usually. Sometimes use Surgical something else to make Surgical something else to make Cabal Ritual not have Threshold. That cuts him off a critical mana. But most of the time, as goblins, you're hitting Infernal Tutor. I mean, the real answer is it's there to be in your hand until they cast Thoughtseize, and it's just like a deterrent. Fable like draws cards and discards bad ones. But you can't lackey into. Okay, no, doesn't matter. They mulligan. I will also mulligan. I have a ley line. A bunch of garbage. I don't think Magus is good enough now. I don't think Magus like ever does anything on turn 3. God. It's like we can draw a red source in or a vial to make 2 vials to make this hand like barely keepable. Lightline is so mediocre against Ant. Okay. I think this is correct. Feels like we've had some pretty bad mulligans this event. Okay, just die on turn 1. Cool. Just playing out LEDs because of Chalice. Play the port. They might fetch duels. Get them with the Wasteland. Tutor. Ad nauseum. Add the Chain of Vapor. Cool. Why wouldn't you Dark Ritual? Really make any sense? You're on Mind Break Trap. They need another LED. I feel like Thought Sees Me, go to 4, and then we draw a Lackey. We could also draw Surgical. Sorry, if we could, Surgical would be a big game. I'm glad I mulliganed 7, 6. I don't even remember what the 7 was. Once has really good hands without cantripping. Okay. Sees me. Joke's on you. Wild right. Battle. Alright, let's draw Lackey. Really any one drop I'd be fine with. Skirk would also be fine. They're at 4. Did they discard here? Probably second Thoughtseize. I clicked one off. Or I didn't, rather. This is 11. Nice. Okay. Scared of them uprepticating my vials, to be honest, or my vial, to be honest. It was not a great ad nauseum by any stretch. Like, they got 2 cantrips, so it's a Ponder and a Preordain, not even a Brainstorm. Let's draw Surgical. Surgical would be so good. Okay, so they discard Abrupt Decay, Preordain. They discard Preordain, Delta, A. Okay. I basically need them to never draw LED before I draw Surgical. Did your Underground Sea? Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Fuck. God damn it, they drew. Right? Oh. 3-mana LED, still an LED. Pain on my hand, I can have. LED. If. Did they fuck up? They got enough for a piff here. Dude, that's so lame. 8 minutes on the clock. That's kind of embarrassing. Not gonna lie. Like 1,000 years to kill me. Frustrating. All right, well, that's enough. That's enough. Wow. Oh, come on. Okay. 5,000 combo decks. Not at all what I wanted to play against in this event. Yeah, well. Kind of a shitty way to end. Especially against an ant player that took 1,000 years to kill me before I got to do anything. Yeah, I guess I overreacted with the 5 blast and just have to play my break trap because there's a million combo decks, apparently. Yeah, their hand was pretty sick. Just good LED, good card. LED, good legal magic card. All right. I had a turn 2 through a mind break. And then like got to check my hand every stage of the way. They played it super, super safe, but in a way that like also made my top decks way better. Just drawn Surgical. I guess if they drew Witch Claw, Surgical isn't as good. Yeah, with basics to beat Double Wasteland. Yeah. Yeah. And 0 cantrips. Don't forget that. 5,000 cantrips. They even discarded. Discarding the Preordained is like disrespectful. You just have to hit on that one ponder. Like, that's kind of unhinged. Whatever. All right. Not a great outing, but it's kind of whatever. Sharpshooter did not pull weight. I think. I mean, Chalice would have been really good today. Right? Chalice on 0. Maybe it's just like. I like the one Chalice, one trap split, honestly. Yeah, yes, and they also had Shade of Vapor. That's true. That's true. They actually just had the perfect hand. Completely unstoppable by any card except for Surgical. And I'd have to top deck it on a specific turn. The Hearse would have been good last turn though, if I had drawn on the last turn. All right, whatever. That's Magic. Sometimes you play against 7 combo decks. Straight on rug. Thanks for watching, everyone. I'll be back eventually.